Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The night sky over Gotham stretched like velvet above the city's sleeping streets, stars barely visible through the perpetual haze of urban light. 3:14 in the morning marked that peculiar hour when even the most dedicated criminals had retreated to their lairs, leaving the city in a state of suspended animation. Batman moved through this hushed landscape with practiced silence, his patrol drawing to its natural close as the first hints of dawn threatened the eastern horizon. Yet something disrupted the familiar pattern of these pre-dawn hours. The Cowl's advanced tracking systems had detected an anomaly, movement patterns that matched no known criminal activity, no scheduled maintenance work, no logical explanation for someone to be active in the abandoned industrial district at this hour. The signature was familiar though, tagged in the Batcomputer's database with a designation that made Bruce pause: Nightwing. Dick Grayson was supposed to be in Bloodhaven, managing his own city's cascade of crime and corruption. His presence in Gotham, unannounced and moving through the warehouse district with deliberate purpose, sparked a mixture of concern and curiosity in Bruce's mind. The movement patterns were unusual too, not the efficient point-to-point travel of patrol work, but something more meandering, almost ritualistic in its repetition. Bruce altered his route without conscious thought, muscle memory guiding him toward the industrial sector where massive warehouses stood like sleeping giants against the sky. These buildings had once housed Gotham's thriving manufacturing industry, back when the city produced more than crime and corruption. Now they stood empty, monuments to better days, their broken windows and rusted fire escapes creating a landscape of urban decay that felt almost peaceful in its abandonment. The tracking signal led him deeper into this forest of steel and concrete, past buildings whose purposes had been forgotten by all but the oldest city records. Gotham Textiles, Ace Chemicals' first warehouse, the old Cobblepot shipping facility, each structure told its own story of rise and fall, ambition and abandonment. The streets here were cracked and weed-strewn, nature beginning its slow reclamation of spaces humanity had surrendered. As Bruce drew closer to Dick's location, he noticed something odd about the buildings in this particular section. While most of the warehouses bore the scars of neglect, graffiti-covered walls, smashed windows, doors hanging askew on broken hinges, several structures showed signs of recent attention. The graffiti had been cleaned away, windows had been boarded up properly rather than simply broken, and the debris that typically accumulated in abandoned spaces had been cleared. The modifications were subtle, professional. Someone had been maintaining these buildings without drawing attention, keeping them secure while allowing them to appear abandoned to casual observation. It was exactly the kind of detail-oriented work that spoke of training, of someone who understood the value of hidden spaces in a city like Gotham. Bruce scaled a neighboring building, choosing a vantage point that would allow him to observe without being detected. His cape settled around him like shadow as he crouched on the rooftop, adjusting the cowl's visual settings to pierce the darkness below. What he saw through the skylight of Warehouse 17 made him freeze in place, years of emotional control the only thing preventing an audible gasp. Dick Grayson moved through the empty space with a grace that transcended his already impressive acrobatic abilities. This wasn't the efficient, combat-ready movement of Nightwing, nor was it the playful athleticism Bruce remembered from Dick's younger days. This was something else entirely, pure artistry in motion, a physical poetry that transformed the mundane warehouse into a cathedral of movement. The space itself had been transformed. Chalk marks covered the concrete floor in intricate patterns, creating boundaries and pathways that meant nothing to Bruce's initial observation, but clearly held significance for Dick. Makeshift lights had been rigged at specific points, casting dramatic shadows that moved with Dick's form. In one corner, a small speaker system played something Bruce had to strain to identify, the sound of a crowd, distant and dreamlike, the kind of ambient noise that might fill a circus tent on a busy night. Dick wore simple training clothes, no costume or protective gear. His feet were bare, allowing him to feel every nuance of the floor beneath him. As Bruce watched, Dick began what could only be described as a routine, though that word felt inadequate for what unfolded in the space below. The movement started simply, a series of rolls and tumbles that used the chalk marks as guides. But as Dick continued, the complexity increased exponentially. He incorporated aerials that defied gravity, twists that seemed to bend the very air around him, landings so soft they barely disturbed the dust motes floating in the wan light. Each movement flowed into the next with a connectivity that spoke of hours, perhaps years, of practice. But there was something more here, something that made Bruce lean forward despite himself. The movements weren't random or purely aesthetic. There was a narrative quality to them, a story being told through flesh and motion. As Dick moved through the routine, Bruce began to recognize patterns, echoes of something familiar yet transformed. A particular sequence of defensive rolls followed by an explosive leap that was from their encounter with Scarecrow 6 months ago, when fear gas had turned the world into a nightmare landscape. But here, reimagined through Dick's movement, the desperate escape became something beautiful, the fear transformed into flight. Another series of movements, low to the ground, utilizing the shadows cast by the makeshift lights, the penguin job from last year. When they'd had to navigate a maze of armed guards in near-total darkness, Dick's body remembered the danger but had converted it into dance, threat becoming art through the alchemy of physical expression. Bruce found himself cataloging each sequence, his detective's mind working even as another part of him, a part he rarely acknowledged, responded to the pure beauty of what he was witnessing. This wasn't just practice or exercise. This was Dick processing their shared experiences through the language he knew best, the language of movement he'd learned before he could properly read or write. The routine continued for what might have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose meaning in the face of such concentrated expression. Dick moved through what Bruce now recognized as the chronicles of their partnership, each major case and crisis translated into physical vocabulary. The two-faced confrontation where Harvey's coin had dictated life and death became a series of balanced movements, each position holding the potential for flight or fall. The Riddler's maze of death traps transformed into a puzzle of interconnected movements, each solving the next in an endless chain of physical riddles. As the routine reached what seemed to be its climax, Dick's movements became more personal, more emotionally charged. Bruce recognized this sequence too, though it took him longer to place it. This was the night they'd first met, the night Dick's world had shattered and reformed. But instead of depicting the tragedy, the falling bodies, the snapped trapeze lines, the blood on sawdust, Dick's movements captured what came after. The tentative trust of a child taking a stranger's hand, the first leap of faith from a rooftop, trusting the line and the man who held it. The gradual transformation from grieving son to determined fighter, all told through increasingly confident movements that built from earthbound sorrow to aerial freedom. The routine ended with Dick suspended in a perfect moment of balance, arms outstretched, body aligned in a position that was simultaneously an end and a beginning. He held it for a long moment, then slowly lowered himself to the ground, chest heaving with exertion, sweat making his hair stick to his forehead in a way that made him look younger, more vulnerable than the confident hero he'd become. Bruce remained frozen on his perch, processing what he'd witnessed. In all their years together, through all their battles and victories, he'd never truly understood how Dick dealt with the weight of their mission. Bruce had his own methods, meditation, intense training, the ritualistic donning of the cowl that transformed trauma into purpose. But Dick had found a different way, transforming violence into beauty, trauma into art, shared pain into physical poetry. Below, Dick moved to a corner of the warehouse Bruce hadn't noticed before. A small area had been sectioned off with portable screens, creating a makeshift private space. Dick disappeared behind these screens, and Bruce heard the sound of running water, a portable shower, he realized. Even in this private ritual, Dick maintained the discipline Bruce had taught him, cleaning away the sweat and chalk dust, preparing for the journey back to wherever he was staying. While Dick cleaned up, Bruce's attention was drawn to something else in the warehouse. Near the screened area, several cameras had been set up on tripods, all pointed at the performance space. They were high-quality equipment, the kind used for professional documentation rather than security. A laptop sat on a makeshift desk, its screen dark but connected to the cameras through a complex array of cables. Bruce understood immediately. Dick wasn't just performing these routines for himself, he was recording them, building an archive of physical memory. Each routine likely corresponded to specific cases, specific moments in their shared history. It was a library of movement, a physical database of processed trauma and transformed experience. The sound of footsteps drew Bruce's attention back to the main space. Dick had emerged from behind the screens, now dressed in street clothes, his hair still damp from the shower. He moved to the laptop, powering it on, and beginning what was clearly a familiar process of reviewing and cataloging the night's recording. Bruce watched as Dick's fingers flew over the keyboard, adding metadata to the video file. The screen was too far away to read clearly, but Bruce could make out enough to confirm his suspicions. Date stamps, case references, emotional tags. Dick was creating a comprehensive system for organizing these movement memories. As Dick worked, his body language shifted. The physical exhaustion from the routine gave way to a different kind of weariness, the kind that came from carrying weight that couldn't be set down. He paused in his typing, one hand moving unconsciously to his shoulder, the right one, where Two-Face's bullet had found its mark 3 years ago. The scar would be minimal thanks to Alfred's skilled treatment, but the memory lingered in ways that transcended physical healing. Bruce knew he should leave. This was clearly a private ritual, something Dick had never shared with him for reasons that were becoming increasingly clear. But something held him in place, a recognition that he was witnessing something important, something that might fundamentally change his understanding of the young man he'd raised. Dick finished his cataloging and moved to shut down the equipment, but instead of immediately packing up, he paused, looking around the empty warehouse with an expression Bruce couldn't quite read. Then, So quietly that Bruce almost missed it despite the cowl's audio enhancement. Dick spoke to the empty air. "I know you're there," he said, not looking up at the skylight, but clearly aware of his audience. "Your stealth is perfect, but you forget. I know your heartbeat. I've been listening to it for half my life." Bruce remained still, though the surprise of being detected sent a small ripple through his usually perfect control. He'd trained Dick well, perhaps too well. "You can come down," Dick continued, beginning to coil cables with practiced efficiency. "Or you can stay up there brooding. Either way, I'm going to keep packing up. This space is only mine for another hour before the morning security check." The decision hung in the air between them for a long moment. Then, with a whisper of cape and a displacement of air that barely disturbed the chalk patterns on the floor, Batman descended into Dick's sanctuary. They stood facing each other in the transformed warehouse, mentor and protege, Batman and former Robin, but also something simpler, two men who had shared loss and learned different ways to carry it. "How long?" Bruce asked, his voice carrying the gravel of Batman but unable to fully mask the curiosity underneath. "How long have I been doing this, or how long have I known you've been watching?" Dick asked, a ghost of his trademark smile playing at his lips. "Because those are very different answers." "Both." Dick resumed his packing, movements efficient, but unhurried. "I started about 6 months after I became Nightwing. The physical distance from Gotham helped, but I was carrying all of it. Every case, every close call, every time we almost didn't make it home. I tried therapy, tried meditation, tried all the coping mechanisms you taught me, but nothing worked until I remembered what my mother used to say." He paused, holding a cable in his hands, lost in memory. "She said our bodies remember everything our minds try to forget. That's why the flying Graysons never practiced with nets. Not because we were showing off, but because our bodies needed to know the truth of what we were doing. The danger was part of the dance." "So you started dancing with our danger," Bruce said, understanding beginning to dawn. "Something like that." Dick moved to the laptop, initiating what looked like an encrypted backup process. "At first, I just needed to move, to let my body process what my mind couldn't. But then I realized I was creating something. Each routine became a way to transform the worst nights into something else. Not to forget them or minimize them, but to find the beauty we couldn't see when we were in the middle of them." Bruce watched as Dick systematically deconstructed his workspace, each piece of equipment handled with care that spoke of long familiarity. "The recordings?" "Started about 2 years ago," Dick admitted. "I realized I was creating a vocabulary, a physical language for experiences that don't have words. I thought maybe someday it might help someone else. Another Robin, perhaps, whenever you inevitably find one. Or maybe just me, when I'm older and my body can't move like this anymore, but I need to remember that it wasn't all darkness." The laptop finished its backup, and Dick closed it carefully, sliding it into a padded case. "As for knowing you were watching, about 15 minutes. Your breathing changed when you recognized the scarecrow sequence. Subtle, but like I said, I know your tells." "I didn't mean to intrude," Bruce said, the words feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. Dick's smile became more genuine. "Yes, you did. It's who you are. You investigate. You need to understand. You can't help but dig into mysteries. It's one of the things that makes you great at what you do." He paused, then added more softly, "It's also one of the things that makes you a good father, even if neither of us is comfortable with that word." The admission hung between them, acknowledging a truth they'd danced around, metaphorically, for years. Bruce felt something shift in his chest, a loosening of tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. "Show me," he said suddenly. the words emerging without conscious decision. "The routine for the night we met. Show me how you remember it." Dick studied him for a long moment, and Bruce had the uncomfortable sensation of being read as easily as Dick read his movements. Then, slowly, Dick nodded. "It's not a spectator piece," he warned. "If I show you, you participate, you learn it, you dance our history with me." Bruce nodded, already committed to this unexpected path. Dick moved back to the performance space, bare feet finding the chalk marks with easy familiarity. "Take off your boots," he instructed, "and the cape. You need to feel the ground, and the weight will throw off your balance." For a moment, Bruce hesitated. The cowl and cape were armor in more ways than the physical, but Dick waited patiently, and eventually Bruce complied, removing boots and cape, though he kept the cowl. Some boundaries, even here, needed to be maintained. "The beginning is simple," Dick said, moving into a crouched position. "This is me, before, grounded, secure, part of something bigger than myself." He moved through a series of low, stable movements, each one flowing naturally into the next. Bruce watched, his perfect memory recording every nuance. "Now you," Dick said, "you're entering my world, but you don't understand it yet. You move differently, linear where I'm circular, direct where I flow. Show me how Batman entered the circus that night." Bruce felt awkward at first, his movements mechanical compared to Dick's fluid grace. But Dick was a patient teacher, adjusting Bruce's position with gentle touches, explaining the emotional content behind each physical choice. "You're not just walking," Dick explained. "You're carrying your own grief, your own loss. Let your body remember how heavy that cowl was when you first put it on, how much the mission weighed before you learned to carry it." Slowly, Bruce began to understand. This wasn't about perfect form or acrobatic skill. It was about truthful movement, about letting his body tell stories his voice couldn't. He moved through the space, and Dick moved with him, their paths beginning to intersect and interact. "This is where we meet," Dick said, their movements bringing them face to face. Two people who've lost everything, recognizing something in each other. You reach out, not physically at first, but with presence, with possibility. The routine evolved, became more complex. Dick taught Bruce how to represent offering without words, a shift of weight that suggested support, a positioning that created space for another person to exist safely. Bruce learned to move in ways that complemented Dick's acrobatic style without trying to match it, finding his own vocabulary within Dick's larger narrative. As they moved together, Bruce began to feel something shift. The movements were telling their story, but they were also creating something new. This wasn't just about that night in the circus anymore. It was about every night since, every patrol, every victory, every loss, every time they'd saved each other in ways that went beyond the physical. "The trust fall," Dick said, positioning himself at the edge of the marked space. "This is the moment I decided to believe in you. Not Batman the legend, but the man who showed up when a child's world ended. You have to catch me, but more than that, you have to show me why I should let myself fall." Bruce positioned himself as Dick had taught him, understanding that this was both recreation and metaphor. Dick's body tensed, prepared for the backward fall that would require absolute trust to execute safely. "Show me," Dick said quietly, "that I didn't make a mistake choosing you." Dick fell. Bruce caught him. But it was more than a simple catch. Following the routine Dick had designed, Bruce transformed the catch into a lift, supporting Dick as he transitioned into a movement that sent him soaring upward. It was acceptance and promise combined, a physical vow that said, "I will always be here to catch you, but more than that, I will help you fly again." They moved through the rest of the routine together, their bodies telling the story of mentor and student, of family forged from tragedy, of trust built through years of shared danger. Bruce found himself understanding things about their relationship that he'd never been able to articulate, feelings that existed beyond his considerable vocabulary, finding expression in movement and balance, and the space between two people who had chosen each other. The routine built to its conclusion, not the tragedy that had brought them together, but the partnership that had grown from it. Dick's movements became more expansive, more confident, showing the evolution from grieving child to confident hero. Bruce's movements remained steady, supportive, the constant presence that had allowed that evolution to occur. They ended as Dick had ended his solo routine, in a moment of perfect balance, but this time shared. Dick balanced on one hand, his body extended horizontally, while Bruce provided the stable base that made such extension possible. They held it for a long moment, breathing synchronized, hearts beating in the rhythm they'd found through years of partnership. Slowly, carefully, they disengaged from the position. Dick flowed back to standing, and they faced each other in the dim warehouse light, both breathing heavily from exertion and emotion. "That's how I remember it," Dick said softly. "Not the falling, not the fear, but the moment after, when someone caught me and showed me I could still fly." Bruce found himself without words, his usual verbal shields inadequate for this moment. Instead, he did something he rarely allowed himself. He reached out and pulled Dick into an embrace. Not the brief, masculine hugs they sometimes shared after particularly difficult cases, but something deeper, more honest. Dick returned the embrace without hesitation, and they stood there in the chalk-marked warehouse, surrounded by the ghosts of old traumas transformed into art. "Thank you," Bruce said when they finally separated, the words carrying more weight than their simplicity suggested. "For what?" Dick asked, though his smile suggested he knew. "For showing me," Bruce said, gesturing to encompass not just the warehouse but everything it represented. "For finding a way to carry it all without letting it break you. For becoming." He paused, searching for words. "For becoming who you are, not despite what we've been through, but because you found a way to transform it." Dick's smile widened, became the brilliant thing that had always been his superpower more than any acrobatic skill. "I had a good teacher," he said, even if he didn't always know what he was teaching. They finished packing Dick's equipment together, working in companionable silence. As they carried the gear to Dick's hidden storage area, another repurposed space in an adjacent building, Bruce found himself thinking about the nature of healing, of processing trauma, of the different ways people found to carry necessary burdens. "I'd like to see more," Bruce said as they secured the storage unit. "The other routines, the other stories, if you're willing to share them." Dick considered this as they made their way back through the warehouse district. Dawn was beginning to touch the eastern sky, painting the industrial landscape in soft grays and roses. "There's one condition," Dick said finally. "You don't just watch, you participate. You learn the movements, help me develop new ones. We make this a dialogue, not a performance." "Agreed," Bruce said without hesitation. They reached the edge of the district where their paths would diverge, Dick heading back to Bloodhaven, Bruce returning to Wayne Manor to maintain his daytime facade. "Every Thursday," Dick said, 3 a.m., different warehouse each time. I'll send you the coordinates. We work through them chronologically, from the beginning to now. And Bruce?" He paused, using the name deliberately. "Bring your own stories. The ones from before me, the ones you've never processed. We'll find movements for those too." Bruce nodded, already knowing this would change things between them in ways he couldn't yet predict. But change, he was learning, didn't always mean loss. Sometimes it meant finding new languages for old truths, new ways to carry shared weight. As he watched Dick disappear into the growing dawn, Bruce allowed himself a moment of recognition. His son, and Dick was his son in every way that mattered, had found a way to metabolize darkness into light, to transform their dangerous life into something approaching art. It was a form of alchemy Bruce had never imagined, but one he was eager to learn. The next Thursday couldn't come soon enough. The journey back to Wayne Manor was contemplative, Bruce's mind replaying the night's discoveries. He found himself noticing his own movement differently, aware now of the stories his body told without his conscious permission. The way he favored his left side, an old injury from his first year, when he'd been too proud to retreat from an unwinnable fight. The careful way he rolled his shoulders, compensation for the time Bane had broken him, leaving scars that went deeper than bone. Alfred was waiting in the cave, as he always was, with fresh coffee and that particular expression that suggested he knew more than he should. "Productive evening, sir?" Alfred asked, taking Bruce's cowl and cape with practiced efficiency. "Illuminating," Bruce admitted, accepting the coffee gratefully. "Did you know Dick had been turning our case files into interpretive dance?" Alfred's slight smile suggested that yes, he had known, or at least suspected. "Master Dick has always processed the world through movement. When he was younger, I would often find him on the manor's roof, working through difficult emotions through acrobatics. It seemed natural that he would evolve that coping mechanism as he grew." "You never mentioned it," Bruce observed, not quite an accusation. "It wasn't my secret to share," Alfred replied simply. "Besides, would you have understood before tonight? Would you have seen the value in what he was doing, or would you have tried to redirect him toward more traditional methods?" Bruce considered this, recognizing the truth in Alfred's words. Even a year ago, he might have seen Dick's movement practice as frivolous, a distraction from more practical training. It had taken watching, participating, feeling the transformation of trauma into art to understand its power. "He invited me to join him," Bruce said, "every Thursday, to learn his vocabulary, to develop new movements together." "And you accepted," Alfred said. "It wasn't a question." "I did." "Good." Alfred moved to the computer, beginning the nightly process of logging patrol data. "Perhaps you'll finally learn what I've been trying to teach you for years, that strength isn't just about enduring pain, but about finding ways to transform it into something useful." Bruce thought about Dick's movements, the way violence had become grace, trauma had become art. "He's teaching others," he said suddenly, remembering something Dick had mentioned. "Tim knows about it. Selina discovered the recordings. This isn't just his private practice anymore, it's becoming something larger." "Master Dick has always been a natural leader," Alfred observed, "not through intimidation or demanding excellence, as some might, but through inspiration. He shows others what's possible, and they follow not because they must, but because they want to learn." Bruce finished his coffee, mind already turning to the future. If Dick's movement practice could help process trauma, could transform their necessary violence into something healing, what else might be possible? How many of their allies carried similar weights, needed similar outlets? "Clear the East Wing training room," Bruce said suddenly. "The large one we haven't used since Dick left for Bloodhaven. Set it up as a movement studio. Proper flooring, mirrors, recording equipment. If we're going to do this, we should do it properly." Alfred's smile was subtle but pleased. "Very good, sir. I'll see to it immediately. Perhaps we might even install proper aerial rigging. I believe Master Dick mentioned missing having proper trapeze access." "Do it," Bruce agreed. Then, after a pause, "And Alfred, thank you for keeping Dick's secret, for letting me discover it naturally. You were right. I wouldn't have understood before. We all come to understanding in our own time," Alfred said philosophically. "The important thing is that we remain open to new perspectives, even when they challenge our established methods." As Bruce made his way upstairs to grab a few hours of sleep before his Wayne Enterprises meetings, he found himself moving differently, more aware of his body's language, the stories it told with every step. He thought about Dick's graceful transformations and wondered what his own movement vocabulary might become, given time and practice. The East Wing training room would be ready by Thursday, and perhaps, in learning Dick's language of transformed trauma, Bruce would find new ways to process his own. The student becoming teacher, the teacher becoming student, the eternal dance of growth and understanding that made their partnership something more than mere alliance. In the end, Dick had been right. They were dancers, all of them, moving through danger and darkness with learned precision. The only difference was that Dick had found a way to make the dance itself a form of healing, a transformation that turned their necessary battles into something approaching beauty. Thursday would begin something new, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, Bruce found himself looking forward to learning. While Dick transforms physical trauma into graceful movement in abandoned warehouses, Barbara Gordon processes a different kind of pain through the written word. In the digital realm where Oracle reigns supreme, she has built something unprecedented, a sanctuary where Gotham's heroes and villains alike can find solace in literature. As Thursday approaches, bringing with it both Dick's dance and Barbara's digital library, Bruce must prepare for another revelation about how his family has learned to heal. Join us for Barbara's library night. Thursday midnight arrived in Gotham with its peculiar brand of urban quietude, that suspended moment when one day officially became the next, and the city seemed to take a collective breath. Batman stood atop the Gotham clock tower, his cape barely stirring in the still air, puzzling over a pattern that had emerged from the chaos of crime statistics and behavioral analysis. For the past 3 months, he'd noticed something unusual, subtle improvements in the psychological profiles of both allies and enemies, small but significant shifts towards stability that defied explanation. The Riddler's compulsive patterns had shown marked decrease in severity. Two-Face's internal conflict seemed less volatile, his actions more considered even when following the coin's decree. Even among the younger heroes, there was a newfound emotional equilibrium that went beyond normal maturation. Something was influencing Gotham's masked community, hero and villain alike, and Bruce's detective instincts demanded he understand what. The trail had been almost impossibly faint, encrypted data streams that appeared and vanished like digital ghosts, behavioral changes that coincided with no known events or interventions, timestamps that clustered around Thursday midnights but led nowhere concrete. It was the kind of mystery that would have driven him to obsession in his younger days. But experience had taught him that the most carefully hidden secrets often revealed themselves to patient observation rather than aggressive investigation. Tonight, that patience paid off. The Batcomputer's advanced algorithms had finally detected a pattern within the pattern, a digital heartbeat pulsing through Gotham's electronic infrastructure exactly at midnight every Thursday. The source was masked by layers of encryption that spoke of extraordinary technical skill, but Bruce recognized the signature hidden within the code's elegant structure: Oracle, Barbara Gordon. He'd known Barbara was running various digital initiatives from her clock tower base, coordinating information networks that helped heroes across the city and beyond. But this was something different, something she'd deliberately hidden even from him. The realization stung slightly, not from betrayal, but from recognition that perhaps he didn't need to know everything, that perhaps his tendency toward total information control might sometimes hinder rather than help. Still, the detective in him couldn't let the mystery rest. Not when it involved behavioral changes in dangerous individuals, not when the psychological health of Gotham's protectors and predators alike hung in the balance. He needed to understand what Barbara had built, why she'd hidden it, and whether it posed any unforeseen risks. The clock tower rose before him, its Gothic architecture a familiar silhouette against the star-scattered sky. Barbara would know he was coming. She had sensor networks that rivaled his own, and Oracle missed nothing that moved through Gotham's digital or physical space. But she hadn't blocked his approach, hadn't redirected him with manufactured emergencies or convenient distractions. Perhaps she was ready for this conversation, or perhaps she simply knew that Batman's curiosity, once truly piqued, was an unstoppable force. He entered through the concealed access point they'd established years ago, moving through the building's restored interior with practiced silence. The clock tower had been Barbara's choice for her base of operations, and he'd never questioned the symbolism, time healing all wounds, the elevation providing perspective, the mechanical precision of clockwork matching her analytical mind. Now he wondered if there were deeper reasons, layers of meaning he'd missed in his focus on practical considerations. The main operations center glowed with the soft light of multiple monitors, their screens casting blue-white illumination across banks of sophisticated equipment. Barbara sat at the center of this technological web, her fingers dancing across ergonomic keyboards with the same grace she'd once displayed across Gotham's rooftops. She didn't turn as he approached, but her slight smile reflected in the nearest monitor. "I was wondering when you'd piece it together," she said, her voice carrying that particular mixture of warmth and challenge that defined their relationship. 3 months and 4 days. Longer than I expected, honestly. You must be slipping in your old age. Or you've gotten better at hiding things, Bruce countered, moving to stand where he could see both Barbara and her screens. Most displayed typical Oracle operations, city surveillance, communication networks, data analysis. But one screen showed something different, an interface unlike anything in their standard systems, elegant in its simplicity yet clearly powerful in its function. "Both can be true," Barbara said, finally turning to face him. Her expression was calm, but he could read the slight tension in her shoulders, the careful way she positioned her chair. She was prepared for judgment, possibly condemnation. The realization made him consciously soften his stance, removing the interrogative edge from his posture. "Tell me," he said simply. Barbara studied him for a moment, then turned back to her screens. Her fingers moved across the keyboard, and the strange interface expanded, revealing itself in full. It was beautiful in its design, a virtual space rendered in calming blues and soft purples, with architecture that seemed to breathe with organic life despite its digital nature. "I call it the library," she said, her voice taking on a quality Bruce had rarely heard, something between pride and vulnerability. "Every Thursday at midnight, it opens for exactly 6 hours. Anyone with a mask can access it, hero, villain, anyone who lives in our particular shadow world. Complete anonymity guaranteed by encryption protocols that would make the NSA weep with envy. A digital library," Bruce said, his mind already racing through implications. But not just any library. The behavioral changes. People are reading something that's affecting them psychologically. "Not just reading," Barbara corrected. "Healing, learning, growing." She pulled up usage statistics, careful to keep them anonymous. 347 active users. They come for texts on trauma, recovery, philosophy, meditation, psychology papers on PTSD, surviving violence, breaking cycles, fiction that speaks to their particular damages, poetry that puts words to experiences that usually live beyond language. Bruce leaned closer, studying the data. The usage patterns were fascinating. Peaks at 2 a.m., sustained activity through 4, gradual decline toward dawn. Like the city's crime statistics in reverse, a mirror world where masks sought understanding rather than conflict. How does it work? He asked, his tactical mind needing to understand the mechanics before he could process the implications. Barbara's smile became more genuine, warming at his interest rather than suspicion. Users log in through a specialized app. No usernames, no passwords. The system recognizes them through a combination of device signatures and behavioral patterns. They appear as anonymous avatars, basic geometric shapes with no identifying features. They can browse, read, download for offline access. Everything vanishes from their devices at 6 a.m., but they can re-access the same materials next Thursday if needed. The recommendations, Bruce said, noting a sophisticated algorithm running in the background. It's learning what they need. My proudest achievement, Barbara admitted. It analyzes reading patterns, time spent on specific passages, even scroll speed and pause patterns. Then it suggests materials that might help with whatever they're processing. Not therapy. I'm careful about that distinction. Just resources. Tools for understanding their own minds. She pulled up a visualization of the library space itself, and Bruce found himself genuinely impressed. It looked like a cross between a university library and a meditation center. Reading nooks with soft lighting, communal spaces where avatars could exist near each other without interaction, even a special section marked for crisis resources, texts specifically curated for those in acute distress. "Show me more," Bruce said, settling into a nearby chair. This was no longer an interrogation, but a genuine desire to understand what Barbara had built. She navigated through the virtual space, showing him different sections. Philosophy occupied a massive wing, everything from Marcus Aurelius to modern existentialists, texts on finding meaning in suffering, building identity after trauma. The psychology section was equally comprehensive, though carefully curated to avoid materials that might enable harmful behavior rather than healing. "Fiction?" Bruce asked, noting an extensive collection. "Sometimes metaphor reaches us when direct language can't," Barbara explained. "Stories about redemption, transformation, surviving the unsurvivable. Science fiction about identity and change. Fantasy about power and its responsible use. Even children's books. You'd be surprised how many users spend time with simple stories about being afraid of the dark and finding light." Bruce thought about his own reading habits, the books that had shaped him after his parents' death, the grey ghost stories that taught him heroes could exist. Sherlock Holmes showing that minds could bring order to chaos, philosophical texts that helped him transform grief into purpose. Would he have benefited from something like this in those early, desperate years? "The users," he said carefully. "You must have some idea who they are, even with the anonymization." Barbara's expression became more guarded. "The system is designed so I can't know for certain, but yes, patterns emerge. Reading habits, access times, linguistic choices in search queries. I could probably identify many of them if I tried." She met his eyes directly. "I don't try. Even the villains. Especially the villains." She pulled up another screen, this one showing anonymized user profiles. "Look at user JesterKing997. Logs in every Thursday at precisely 12:01. reads exclusively about grief, loss, finding identity after trauma, searches obsessively for texts about humor as a coping mechanism, downloads everything but also rereads the same passages about the death of self and rebirth through transformation. Bruce's blood chilled. The profile was too specific, too unique. Joker. Possibly, Barbara said with deliberate neutrality. A Joker, anyway. Someone who presents as chaotic evil to the world but spends 6 hours every week trying to understand their own pain. Do I help that person access resources that might, possibly, lead to healing? Or do I decide they're beyond help and block them from even trying? It was a question that struck at the heart of their mission. They fought criminals, protected innocents, maintained the line between order and chaos. But what space was there for redemption in that framework? What room for the possibility that even the worst among them might be capable of change? You chose to help, Bruce observed. I chose to not choose, Barbara corrected. The library doesn't judge. It provides resources to anyone seeking them. What they do with those resources, whether they heal or continue to harm, that's on them. But at least they have the option. At least someone, even if it's just an algorithm, offers them the possibility of understanding themselves better. Bruce found himself thinking of Harvey Dent, of how different things might have been if resources for processing trauma had been available before his breakdown. Of all the villains who might have been scientists, artists, heroes in another timeline where their breaking points had been met with support rather than isolation. Show me the interface, he said, how users experience it. Barbara pulled up a user view simulation. The library materialized in full immersive detail, warm despite its digital nature, inviting despite its vastness. Avatars moved through the space like gentle ghosts, some browsing shelves, others settled in reading nooks. There was no interaction between them, but their presence created a strange sense of community. Anonymous solidarity among the damaged. The ambient sounds, Bruce noted, hearing soft background audio that seemed designed to calm. Page turns, distant footsteps, the kind of quiet murmur you get in real libraries, Barbara explained. I worked with audio therapists to create something that would promote focus while reducing anxiety. The visual design uses color theory for the same purpose. Blues for calm, soft purples for introspection, warm amber in the crisis resource sections to suggest hope. She navigated to a reading nook where an avatar, a simple blue sphere, was engaged with a text. The reading interface was clean, distraction-free, with options for adjusting everything from font size to background color. Notes could be made but weren't saved beyond the session, allowing for processing without the vulnerability of permanent records. This must have taken months to build, Bruce said, appreciating the depth of thought evident in every design choice. Started it after the Joker shot me, Barbara said quietly, the words falling into the space between them with practiced casualness that didn't quite hide old pain. Those first months when I couldn't sleep, couldn't move, couldn't be Batgirl anymore. I read everything, psychology, philosophy, memoir, fiction. Looking for anyone who'd survived what felt unsurvivable, who'd found new identity after losing everything that defined them. She paused, hands stilling on the keyboard. I found resources, eventually, good ones. But it was hard and lonely, and I kept thinking about others going through trauma without even the access I had. Not everyone has a support system like ours. Not everyone has Alfred making tea and you checking in, and Dick bringing terrible jokes to make me laugh. So you built this, Bruce said, understanding deepening. So I built this. She resumed typing, pulling up development logs. a place where anyone could access the resources I'd needed, where Two-Face could read about dissociation without judgment, where Freeze could find texts on processing grief, where new heroes could understand that fear is normal, that trauma responses don't make them weak. Bruce studied the logs, noting the careful development process, beta testing with trusted allies, gradual expansion, constant refinement based on user behavior. It was a project born of personal pain, but executed with professional excellence. "There's more," Barbara said, her tone suggesting they were approaching the heart of her revelation. "I need to show you something, but you have to promise no immediate action. No confrontation, just understanding." Bruce nodded, curiosity overcoming caution. Barbara navigated to what was clearly an administrative interface, one that showed more detailed analytics while maintaining user anonymity. She pulled up a specific profile, Dark Knight 1939. "Recognize the patterns?" she asked softly. Bruce studied the reading history, the access times, the search queries, and felt a strange sensation in his chest. The profile was his. He'd been accessing the library without knowing it, drawn in by recommendations that appeared in his regular research, following links that seemed to lead to useful resources without realizing they all connected back to Barbara's creation. "You've been using it for 2 months," Barbara said. "Every Thursday, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., you've read 16 books on parenting traumatized children, 23 articles on breaking cycles of violence, 42 pieces on mentor relationships and their psychological impact." She paused. "You bookmark the sections on preventing secondary trauma in young heroes. You reread passages about fathers who weren't perfect but tried their best." Bruce stared at his anonymized history, seeing his fears and uncertainties laid bare in reading patterns. His constant worry about the Robins, about whether he was helping or harming them. His search for guidance he'd never admitted needing. His desperate desire to be better than his own trauma might allow. "I didn't mean to deceive you," Barbara said quickly. "The system caught you the same way it catches everyone, by offering what you needed when you needed it. I could have excluded you, made you aware, but..." She gestured helplessly. "You needed it. You were using it. Why would I take that away?" "I'm not angry," Bruce said, surprising himself with the truth of it. "I'm grateful and impressed, and thinking about all the times I've approached problems with fists when maybe what was needed was this." Barbara's relief was visible, tension flowing out of her shoulders. "It's not a replacement for what we do," she said. "Some people are beyond help, at least right now. Some crimes demand immediate action. But maybe, if we offer resources alongside consequences, if we create space for healing as well as justice, we might actually save some of them," Bruce finished. "Not just stop them, but save them." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, watching the anonymous avatars move through digital space, seeking understanding in carefully curated texts. It was beautiful in its simplicity. Offer knowledge, create safe space, let people choose their own healing. "I want to help," Bruce said finally. "Resources, security improvements, expansion, whatever you need." "Careful," Barbara warned with a small smile. "Your first instinct will be to try controlling it. To identify users, guide their reading, intervene when you think they're making wrong choices. That's not what this is. The library works because it doesn't judge, doesn't direct, doesn't assume it knows what people need better than they do." "Then teach me," Bruce said. "Show me how to help without controlling. It's a lesson I apparently need to learn." Barbara's smile widened. "Well, you've already started. Those parenting books you've been reading, they're helping. I've seen the changes in how you interact with Tim, with Stephanie. Small things, but consistent. You're learning to mentor without overwhelming, guide without controlling. Am I? Bruce asked, genuinely uncertain. Dark Knight 1939's latest searches. Barbara said, pulling up recent queries. How to apologize to teenage vigilantes, supporting independence while maintaining safety, trusting your protege's judgment. You're doing the work, even if you don't realize it. Bruce studied his search history with new eyes. It was a mirror of his growth, his struggles, his determination to be better. The library had given him tools he hadn't known he needed, permission to seek help he couldn't ask for directly. Show me the crisis resources, he said, ready to understand the full scope of what Barbara had built. She navigated to a special section, marked with gentle warnings and immediate access to stability techniques. The resources here were different, immediate, practical, focused on getting through the next minute, hour, day, breathing exercises for panic attacks, grounding techniques for dissociation. Simple, clear reminders that survival itself was an achievement. Usage spikes after difficult nights, Barbara explained. After major Arkham breakouts, brutal cases, losses, heroes and villains alike, looking for ways to cope with immediate trauma. The system flags anyone who spends too long here, offers additional resources, even suggests real-world support options, carefully anonymized, of course. Has it helped? Bruce asked. Really helped, not just provided temporary comfort? Barbara pulled up longitudinal data, careful to keep it aggregate. Readmission rates to Arkham are down 15% among regular library users. Stress indicators in hero communities show marked improvement. Even crime patterns, some villains are choosing less destructive methods, shorter active periods, more time between incidents. They're healing, Bruce said, wonder in his voice. Slowly, incompletely, but healing. Some of them, Barbara cautioned. Others use the resources to understand their damage without addressing it. A few probably use psychological knowledge to become more effective predators. But the overall trend is positive. Significant enough that I've had to mask it from general crime statistics so no one starts asking questions. Bruce thought about the implications. A secret digital library, helping Gotham's masked community process trauma. Heroes becoming more stable, villains potentially finding paths toward redemption. All of it happening in the shadows of Thursday midnights, guided by Barbara's invisible hand. There's one more thing, Barbara said, her tone suggesting they'd reached the final revelation. The library generates connections, not between users, I'm strict about that, but between concepts, traumas, healing paths. I've been mapping the psychological landscape of our community. She pulled up a visualization that took Bruce's breath away. A three-dimensional web of connections, showing how different traumas interconnected, how healing in one area might affect another, how the entire masked community formed a complex ecosystem of damage and recovery. We're all connected, Barbara explained, manipulating the visualization to show different patterns. Joker's chaos trauma resonates with Batman's control trauma, two sides of the same loss of agency. Freeze's grief paralysis connects to Two-Face's identity fracture, both about losing who you were. The young heroes cluster around questions of identity and purpose. The older villains show patterns of institutional trauma, systemic failures that pushed them outside society's boundaries. You're mapping our collective unconscious, Bruce said, seeing the implications. Understanding not just individual trauma, but community trauma. Gotham's masked community is unique, Barbara said. We've created our own culture, our own rules, our own ways of processing a city that breaks people. The library isn't just helping individuals, it's helping us understand what we've become together. Bruce studied the web of connections, seeing his own trauma at one of the central nodes, lines spread out from it, connecting to every Robin, to villains he'd fought, to allies he'd inspired. His damage had shaped the community in ways he'd never fully understood. "This is extraordinary," he said finally. "The scope, the execution, the impact. Barbara, this might be the most important project any of us has undertaken." "It's not perfect," she said, but pleasure at his approval was evident. Limited hours, only text resources, no direct intervention when someone's clearly spiraling. But it's something. A place where masks can seek understanding without revealing faces. "What do you need?" Bruce asked. "To expand it, improve it, reach more people?" Barbara considered. "Curation help. The algorithm is good, but human insight into what resources might help specific trauma patterns would be invaluable. Security reviews. If someone cracks this and reveals user identities, the consequences could be catastrophic. And," she paused, seeming uncertain. "What?" "Participation," she said finally. "Not as Batman evaluating a project, but as someone who reads, who processes, who shows others it's okay to seek help. The younger heroes look up to you. If they knew you were working on yourself, reading about trauma and healing, it might give them permission to do the same." Bruce nodded slowly. "I can do that, all of it. Though I'll need guidance on the curation. My instinct will be to recommend what I think people should read, rather than what might actually help them. We'll work on it together." Barbara promised. "Thursday nights. After the library opens and stabilizes, we can review usage patterns, discuss new acquisitions, plan improvements. Our own book club, in a way." "Oracle and Batman's Therapeutic Literature Society," Bruce said dryly, earning a laugh from Barbara. "Exactly. We'll get jackets made." She grew more serious. "Bruce, thank you. For understanding, for not trying to shut it down or control it. I know this goes against a lot of your instincts about information security and controlling variables." "It does," he admitted, "but I'm learning slowly that my instincts aren't always right. That sometimes the best thing I can do is support others' initiatives rather than trying to run everything myself." "Those leadership books are working," Barbara observed with a smile. They spent the next 2 hours going through the library's deeper functions. Barbara showed him the acquisition process, how she found and vetted texts, ensuring a balance between accessibility and depth. The translation protocols that made resources available in multiple languages, recognizing that Gotham's masked community was internationally diverse. The careful flags that prevented certain combinations of materials that might enable self-harm or harm to others. "It's a balance," she explained, providing resources on understanding violent impulses without providing guides to violence. Offering texts on identity transformation without enabling complete dissociation from consequences. Every book is a choice about what kind of help we're offering. Bruce found himself deeply engaged, his tactical mind appreciating the strategic elements of information deployment. This was warfare of a different kind, battle against trauma, tactical deployment of healing resources, strategic planning for community mental health. As 3 a.m. approached, activity in the library began to shift. The late-night desperate seekers gave way to early morning contemplatives. Avatar movements became slower, more deliberate. Reading choices shifted from crisis resources to gentler materials, poetry, philosophy, quiet fiction about finding peace. "The rhythm is consistent," Barbara noted. Crisis at midnight, processing through 2, contemplation until 4, integration toward dawn. It's like watching the community's collective unconscious work through its nightly healing cycle. Beautiful, Bruce said, meaning it. Genuinely beautiful. You've created something unique here, Barbara. Something that might outlast all our other work. Maybe, she said. Or maybe it's just one small candle in Gotham's darkness. But if it helps even a few people find their way to healing, if it prevents even one tragedy, then it's worth it. Bruce stood, knowing he needed to return to patrol, but reluctant to leave this unexpected sanctuary. Next Thursday? Next Thursday, Barbara confirmed. Bring reading recommendations, and Bruce, consider adding some fiction to your own reading. Not everything has to be directly applicable to the mission. Sometimes we need stories that just let us rest. As he moved toward the exit, Bruce paused. Has Mockingbird ever logged in? Caroline Chen. Barbara's expression grew thoughtful. There's a user who might be her. Reads extensively about transformation, identity after trauma, building something new from broken pieces. But also children's books, the same ones over and over. Stories about being lost and finding home. Bruce thought about his mother's journals, about the child she'd tried so hard to save. Maybe some people build their own libraries. He said, physical spaces to match your digital one. Maybe, Barbara agreed. Healing takes many forms. We each find our own way through the darkness. The journey back to patrol was contemplative, Bruce's mind full of new understanding. The library existed in parallel to their physical work, while they fought crime in Gotham's streets. Barbara provided tools for the deeper battle against trauma and pain. It was elegant in its simplicity, revolutionary in its execution. He found himself thinking about Thursday nights differently now, not just as another night of patrol, but as a time when Gotham's masked community engaged in collective healing. Anonymous avatars seeking understanding, digital shelves offering wisdom, and Barbara Gordon watching over it all like a benevolent ghost in the machine. The rest of his patrol felt different with this knowledge. When he encountered Riddler obsessively arranging clues in Robinson Park, he wondered what texts Edward Nygma read on Thursday midnights. When he prevented one of Penguin's smuggling operations, he thought about Oswald Cobblepot possibly searching for books about acceptance and belonging. Even the young heroes he encountered, Robin on his solo patrol, Spoiler testing her limits, seemed different knowing they might be seeking guidance in Barbara's digital sanctuary. As dawn approached, Bruce returned to the cave with more than the usual case notes. He had ideas for the library, texts that had helped him in his darkest moments, resources he'd discovered through painful trial and error. But more than that, he had a new understanding of how healing happened in their community. Not through confrontation alone, but through quiet moments of seeking understanding. Not through forcing change, but through offering tools and letting people choose their own paths. Alfred was waiting as always with tea and that particular expression of patient curiosity. "Productive evening, sir?" he asked, noting something different in Bruce's demeanor. "Educational," Bruce replied, accepting the tea gratefully. "Alfred, what books helped you most after difficult times? The ones you returned to, that offered real understanding?" Alfred's eyebrows rose slightly, but he considered the question seriously. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, the poetry of Rumi, and, perhaps surprisingly, The Wind in the Willows. Sometimes simple stories about friendship and home provide the most comfort. "Would you write those down?" Bruce asked. "Full titles, preferred editions if you have them. It's for a project, one that helps people find resources for healing." "Of course, sir," Alfred said, And if he connected this to Master Dick's movement therapy or other healing initiatives in their extended family, he didn't mention it. Might I ask what prompted this interest in therapeutic literature? Thursday nights are becoming educational, Bruce said simply. I'm learning that there are many ways to fight for Gotham. Not all of them involve fists. A lesson that bears repeating, Alfred observed. Shall I compile a more extensive list? I believe I have quite a few recommendations that might prove useful. Please, Bruce said. Then, after a pause, and Alfred, thank you for all the books you left where I'd find them over the years. I'm only now realizing how carefully curated those random discoveries were. Alfred's smile was small but pleased. We all need guides through dark places, Master Bruce. Sometimes those guides are people, sometimes they're books. The wise person accepts both. As Bruce made his way upstairs to face Thomas Wayne's day, he thought about the library waiting in digital space for next Thursday midnight. A sanctuary built from pain but offering hope. A testament to Barbara Gordon's brilliant transformation of personal trauma into community resource. A reminder that in their war against darkness, sometimes the most powerful weapon was simply the right book at the right time, offered without judgment to anyone willing to read. The library would grow. More resources, more users, more healing. And perhaps, slowly, Gotham's cycle of trauma and violence might begin to shift. Not through force or fear, but through understanding sought in the quiet hours before dawn, one anonymous reader at a time. While Barbara Gordon's digital library offers solace through words in the midnight hours, another gathering takes place in the physical world. In a 24-hour diner that exists outside of time, young heroes meet to process burdens their mentors never meant to pass on. As Thursday night bleeds into Friday morning, Tim Drake facilitates a different kind of healing, one where protégés become teachers and the weight of inherited expectations finally finds voice. Join us for Tim's coffee break. 4 a.m. cast Gotham in that peculiar shade of grey that belonged neither to night nor day, a liminal hour when the city's pulse slowed to its quietest rhythm. Batman perched on a gargoyle overlooking Robinson Boulevard, his patrol technically complete, but his instincts keeping him alert. It was in these pre-dawn moments that he'd noticed a pattern developing over recent weeks. Tim Drake's absence from the cave during the hours when he should be logging mission reports or catching desperately needed sleep. The concern wasn't professional but paternal, though Bruce would struggle to acknowledge that distinction. Tim had been pushing himself harder lately, taking on additional responsibilities with the Teen Titans while maintaining his Robin duties in Gotham. The boy's efficiency hadn't decreased, if anything. His performance had improved, but there was something different in his demeanor. A calmness that seemed at odds with his increased workload, a perspective that felt earned rather than natural to his age. Tonight, Bruce had decided to follow that instinct. Tim's tracker showed him in the East End, stationary for the past 2 hours, at a location that matched no safe house or known contact point. The address corresponded to a 24-hour diner called Mutual Support, an establishment so unremarkable it had taken Bruce 3 database searches to confirm it actually existed. The diner occupied a corner that seemed to exist outside Gotham's usual geography. Not quite Crime Alley, not quite the Bowery. It sat in one of those undefined spaces that every city possessed, areas that belonged to no particular neighborhood and thus escaped the territorial conflicts that define so much of Gotham's landscape. The neon sign flickered with age but maintained its promise. Open 24 hours, though the letters had faded to suggest this was less advertisement than simple statement of fact. Bruce approached from above, using the elevated train tracks that ran past the diner's third-floor level. Through windows hazed with decades of cooking grease and city grime, he could see the interior, a study in faded Americana, all cracked vinyl booths and formica tables that had seen better decades. A single waitress moved between stations with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had made peace with the night shift years ago. Tim sat in a corner booth, his back to the wall in the manner Bruce had taught him, sight lines clear to all entrances and exits. He'd changed out of his Robin uniform into civilian clothes that made him look even younger, a Gotham University hoodie over jeans, the uniform of any college student pulling an all-nighter. Before him sat multiple coffee cups in various states of emptiness, arranged with the kind of precision that suggested ritual rather than mere caffeine addiction. But Tim wasn't alone, and that's what made Bruce pause in his observation. The booth across from Tim appeared empty to casual observation, but the coffee cup there steamed with fresh heat, and Tim's body language indicated active conversation. Bruce adjusted the cowl's visual settings, cycling through spectrums until he caught what his naked eyes had missed, a holographic projection so sophisticated it nearly fooled even his advanced technology. The projection resolved into a familiar figure, Con L. Superboy, sitting across from Tim with his own coffee cup that he couldn't actually drink. The holographic quality was remarkable, maintaining opacity and detail that made him seem almost physically present. As Bruce watched, another shimmer announced a new arrival, Cassie Sandsmark, Wonder Girl, materializing in the booth beside Con with a casualness that suggested this was routine. "Sorry I'm late." Cassie's voice carried through Bruce's audio enhancement, slightly digitized, but maintaining its natural warmth. "Diana had me practicing diplomatic protocols until 3. Apparently, my tendency to punch first and apologize later isn't appropriate for Themysciran ambassador duties. At least she's preparing you for responsibilities that make sense," Con said, his voice carrying an edge of frustration beneath forced lightness. "Clark had me practicing solar energy modulation again. 3 hours of sitting perfectly still, trying to consciously control how my cells process sunlight. Because apparently, that's more important than actual rescue techniques." Tim poured coffee from a carafe the waitress had left on the table, the gesture somehow encompassing both present company and holographic guests. "Bart running late too?" "He'll be here," Cassie confirmed. "Wally has him doing patience exercises, which for a speedster means anything that takes longer than a nanosecond." Bruce found himself adjusting his position, settling in for extended observation. This wasn't a crisis requiring intervention or a situation demanding Batman's presence. This was something else, young heroes gathering not for mission planning or emergency response, but for something that looked suspiciously like a support group. The waitress, her name tag read Dolores in faded letters, approached the table with practiced disinterest. She refilled Tim's physical cups without commenting on the holographic guests, her expression suggesting she'd seen stranger things during her decades of night shifts. The way she navigated around the projected figures showed either remarkable spatial awareness or long familiarity with this particular scenario. "The usual for your friends?" Dolores asked Tim, and when he nodded, she returned with additional cups that she placed before the empty spaces where Con and Cassie appeared to sit. It was a gesture of accommodation that transformed the holographic gathering into something more real, more present. Bart Allen, Impulse, materialized in a burst of static that suggested he'd been running while connecting to the projection system. His holographic form vibrated slightly, residual speed force creating visual artifacts that made him appear to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. "Made it," he announced, then seemed to deflate slightly. Barely. Wally had me rebuilding a car engine, by hand, at normal speed. Do you know how long it takes to rebuild an engine at normal speed? Forever. It takes forever. Patience building? Tim asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Character building, apparently, Bart corrected, accepting a holographic coffee cup from Cassie with movements that had been slowed to match normal human speed. Because true speed comes from understanding stillness, or whatever Zen thing Wally picked up from Barry's old journals. Bruce watched as the four young heroes settled into what was clearly a familiar rhythm. Tim produced a small device from his pocket, something Bruce didn't recognize, which was concerning in itself, and placed it on the table. A subtle hum filled the air, and the holographic projections gained additional stability and clarity. Frequency Stabilizer Mark IV, Tim explained to the others, should prevent the visual degradation we had last week. Also includes white noise generation to mask our conversation from standard surveillance. Bruce felt a mixture of pride and concern. The device was sophisticated beyond anything in their current arsenal, suggesting Tim had been developing technology specifically for these gatherings. The innovation was impressive, but the secrecy raised questions about what required such careful protection. So, Tim said, settling back with his coffee cup cradled in both hands, who wants to start? Remember the rules, no judgment, no advice unless requested, and what's said in the shift change stays in the shift change. The shift change. Bruce filed the term away, recognizing the metaphor. These young heroes saw themselves as workers changing shifts, taking over from the previous generation while processing the weight that came with that transition. I'll go, Cassie said, her usual confidence tempered with vulnerability. Diana's been having me study ancient Themysciran texts about warrior philosophy. Heavy stuff about duty and sacrifice and the price of peace. But the thing is, she gets this look when she reads them. Like she's remembering every battle, every friend she's lost over centuries. And I realize I'm not just learning philosophy, I'm inheriting her grief. The others nodded with understanding that spoke of shared experience. Bruce found himself leaning forward despite his intention to remain detached. This wasn't what he'd expected, not complaints about training or teenage rebellion, but something deeper and more complex. She doesn't mean to, Cassie continued. But when she teaches me about being a warrior, she's also teaching me about all the warriors who didn't make it. Every lesson comes with ghosts attached, and I don't know how to tell her that sometimes I just want to learn how to throw a punch without also learning about everyone who died, throwing that same punch. The inherited weight, Tim said softly. They pass it on without realizing. Their trauma becomes our context for everything. Con shifted in his projection, the movement causing brief static. Clark does the same thing. Every lesson about controlling strength comes with stories about people he couldn't save because he wasn't strong enough, wasn't fast enough, wasn't careful enough. He's trying to help me avoid his mistakes, but instead, I'm carrying failures that happened before I even existed. Bruce felt something cold settle in his chest. How many times had he done exactly this with his Robins? Every lesson about vigilance came with the ghost of his parents' death. Every tactical instruction carried the weight of his own failures. He'd thought he was preparing them, but had he simply been transferring his trauma onto younger shoulders? It's the silences that get me, Bart added, his usual hyperactive energy subdued. Wally will be explaining something about the Speed Force, and then he'll just stop, get this 1,000-yard stare like he's seeing something I can't. And I know he's thinking about Barry, about Zoom, about all the speedsters who got lost in the force. Then he snaps back and continues the lesson, but that silence stays in the air. Tim nodded, pouring more coffee with movements that suggested this was as much ritual as refreshment. Bruce has entire conversations in those silences. Sometimes I feel like I'm learning more from what he doesn't say than what he does. Every pause is a grave marker. Every hesitation is someone he couldn't save. The words hit Bruce like physical blows, each observation forcing him to confront truths he'd carefully avoided. He'd been so focused on making sure his partners were prepared for the dangers they'd face that he'd never considered how his own damage might be shaping their worldview. The worst part, Cassie said, is that you can't address it directly. I tried once, telling Diana that her sadness was affecting my training. She apologized, promised to be more positive, and somehow that made it worse. Now she performs happiness during lessons, and I can see the effort it takes. Like she's bleeding internally but smiling so I won't notice. Performance parenthood, Tim said, and there was something in his voice that suggested personal experience beyond just Bruce. They try so hard to be what they think we need that they forget we can see through the act. Sometimes I wish Bruce would just admit he's terrified every time I go on patrol instead of hiding it behind 17 contingency plans. Con laughed, but it was hollow. Clark keeps saying he has complete faith in me, but then he watches me like I'm about to explode at any moment. Which fair, given my origin, but the cognitive dissonance is exhausting. Just tell me you're scared. I'll go rogue like every other clone in history. At least then we could talk about it, instead of dancing around it. The dance, Bart said, uncharacteristically thoughtful. That's what it all is, isn't it? This elaborate dance where they pretend they're not passing on trauma, and we pretend we're not receiving it, and everyone keeps moving to music no one wants to acknowledge is playing. Bruce watched as the four young heroes sat with that truth, letting it settle into the spaces between them. The diner's ambience filled the silence, the hum of ancient refrigeration units, the distant clatter of dishes being washed, the soft jazz playing from speakers that had probably been installed in the 50s. So what do we do? Cassie asked eventually. We can't just tell them to stop caring, stop worrying, stop carrying their pain. It's part of who they are. Hell, it's probably why they're heroes in the first place. We process it, Tim said simply. Here, together, away from their watchful eyes and good intentions. We acknowledge the weight we're carrying, sort through what's ours and what's theirs, and figure out how to be heroes without drowning in inherited trauma. Easier said than done, Con observed. I catch myself using Clark's guilt voice sometimes, like I'm channeling his self-recrimination without even realizing it. Last week, I saved 30 people from a building collapse, and all I could think about was the theoretical 31st person I might have missed. That's his voice, not yours, Tim said firmly. That's exactly what we're here to identify. The thoughts that feel like ours, but are actually echoes of their damage. Once we can recognize them, we can start choosing which ones to keep and which ones to set down. Bruce felt a strange mixture of shame and pride. Shame at realizing how much unintended weight he'd placed on Tim's shoulders, but pride at seeing how these young heroes had created their own solution. They weren't rejecting their mentors or dismissing their concerns. They were finding healthy ways to process the inevitable transfer of generational trauma. I've been working on something, Tim said, reaching into his backpack to produce a worn notebook. Strategies for separating their trauma from our experience. Ways to honor their pain without carrying it as our own. He opened the notebook, revealing pages covered in neat handwriting, diagrams, and what looked like psychological frameworks adapted for their unique situation. Trauma genealogy, Tim explained, mapping out which fears and behaviors come from our mentor's experiences versus our own. Like, I'm afraid of the Joker not because he's ever seriously hurt me, but because I've absorbed Bruce's terror of him. Once I recognized that, I could start building my own relationship with that fear instead of inheriting Bruce's wholesale. That's brilliant, Cassie said, leaning forward to study the notebook despite the holographic distance. Like emotional archaeology, digging through layers to find what's originally ours. There's more, Tim continued, flipping pages. Communication strategies for when they're in projection mode, ways to redirect conversations that are becoming trauma dumps. Scripts for setting boundaries without seeming ungrateful or dismissive. Bart vibrated with interest. Scripts, like actual words to say? Because I never know how to tell Wally that his stories about the Speed Force consuming people aren't exactly motivational. Exactly, Tim confirmed. Things like, I appreciate you sharing your experience, but right now I need to focus on my own relationship with the Speed Force, acknowledging their truth while maintaining your own space. Bruce found himself mentally taking notes, recognizing the sophisticated psychological work these young heroes were doing. They'd identified a problem he hadn't even known existed, and were developing solutions with the same strategic thinking they applied to combat situations. We should formalize this, Cons suggested. Make it a regular thing, not just when one of us is hitting a breaking point. Weekly check-ins, shared resources, maybe even bring in others who might be dealing with the same stuff. Already on it, Tim said with a small smile. I've reached out to a few other young heroes. Discreetly, of course. Arrowette's interested, apparently. Green Arrow's revolutionary rhetoric comes with a hefty dose of survivor's guilt. And spoiler. Well, she doesn't have a mentor in the traditional sense, but she's dealing with the inverse problem. No inherited trauma, but also no framework for processing her own. The opposite problem, Cassie mused. Too much inherited weight versus having to build everything from scratch, both difficult in different ways. The conversation continued, flowing between personal anecdotes and strategic planning. Bruce watched them build something in real time, a support network designed specifically for the unique challenges of being young heroes mentored by damaged adults. It was group therapy without therapists, peer support with perfect understanding of context, and most importantly, a space where they could be honest about the burdens they carried. You know what the hardest part is? Bart said during a lull in conversation. Loving them anyway. Like, recognizing all this inherited trauma and still wanting to make them proud. Still caring what they think. It would be easier if we could just write them off as damaged goods passing on their damage, but they're also the people who saved us, trained us, believed in us when no one else would. Complex relationships require complex responses, Tim agreed. That's why we need this space. Somewhere we can process the difficult parts without losing sight of the good parts. Somewhere we can admit that our mentors are flawed without feeling like we're betraying them. And somewhere we can admit we're becoming like them, Con added quietly. Because that's the real fear, isn't it? That we'll end up passing on the same trauma to the next generation. That we'll become so focused on preventing our mentors' mistakes that we'll create whole new categories of damage. The weight of that observation settled over the group. Bruce felt it himself, the recognition that trauma was generational, that each attempt to prevent its passage often created new forms of hurt. How many times had his attempts to protect his partners from his own pain simply created different varieties of damage? That's why we document, Tim said, gesturing to his notebook. Why we talk about it openly here. By acknowledging the pattern, maybe we can break it, or at least bend it into something less harmful. The shift change, Cassie said, understanding deepening. We're not just taking over their duties, we're changing how those duties get passed on, making it conscious instead of unconscious. Exactly, Tim confirmed. We can't stop them from having trauma. We can't prevent them from occasionally projecting it onto us. But we can choose how we receive it, process it, and eventually pass on something different to whoever comes after us. Bruce became aware of a shift in the diner's atmosphere. The sky outside had begun its gradual lightening toward dawn, and Dolores was making her rounds with what was clearly the last coffee refill of the night shift. The young heroes seemed to sense it too, their gathering taking on the quality of conclusion. Same time next week, Con asked, his projection already beginning to show signs of degradation as whatever power source he was using began to fade. Wouldn't miss it, Tim confirmed. And remember, if anyone needs to talk before then, the emergency protocol is still active. 3 coffee cup emojis in the group chat, and we'll find a way to meet. Coffee cup emojis, Bart laughed, but it was affectionate. Our secret signal for, I'm drowning in inherited trauma and need to talk to people who understand. Somehow perfect and ridiculous at the same time. They began their goodbyes, each hero signing off with promises to check in, to keep processing, to remember they weren't alone in carrying these complex burdens. The projections faded one by one until only Tim remained, surrounded by empty coffee cups and the weight of everything that had been shared. Tim sat for a moment longer, making notes in his notebook, recording insights from the night's session. His movements were tired but purposeful, the actions of someone who had found meaning in difficult work. Finally, he gathered his things, left money on the table that far exceeded the cost of coffee, and headed for the door. Bruce waited until Tim had exited before moving from his observation post. But instead of following immediately, he found himself entering the diner instead. Some instinct, perhaps, or maybe just the recognition that this space had witnessed something important and deserved acknowledgement. Dolores looked up as he entered, and if she was surprised to see Batman in her establishment at 5:30 in the morning, she didn't show it. Her expression suggested she'd seen stranger things, or perhaps that nothing surprised her anymore after decades of night shifts. "Coffee?" she asked, already reaching for a cup. Bruce found himself nodding, settling onto a stool at the counter, rather than taking one of the booths. The coffee appeared before him, black, no sugar, somehow exactly how he took it despite never having ordered. "The kids come in every week," Dolores said conversationally, wiping down the counter with practiced movements. "Good kids, tip well, don't cause trouble. Sometimes they look like they're carrying the whole world, but I guess that's normal for their type." "Their type?" Bruce asked, curious what this night shift waitress had observed. "The ones who inherit broken things and try to fix them," she said simply. "See it all the time in here. Night shift brings all kinds, people processing what the day won't let them face. Your boy, he's got that look, like he's solving puzzles that don't have solutions, but he's gonna keep trying anyway." Bruce sipped his coffee, finding it surprisingly good despite the diner's aged appearance. "You've been watching them." "Hard not to." Dolores shrugged. "They show up with those holograms, and don't ask me how I know they're holograms. I've worked Gotham night shift for 30 years. I've seen everything. And they talk about things that would break most people. But they keep coming back, keep talking, keep trying to figure it out. That takes a particular kind of courage." "Yes," Bruce agreed quietly. "It does." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the diner's ambience wrapping around them like a familiar blanket. Bruce found himself understanding why Tim had chosen this place. It existed outside normal time and space, a sanctuary where unusual things could happen without question or judgment. "He talk about you sometimes," Dolores offered, refilling his cup without being asked. "Not by name, but I can tell. The way he describes his mentor, mixture of respect and frustration and love that's too complicated for words, reminds me of how I used to talk about my own dad. Man carried trauma from the war, passed it on without meaning to. Took me years to sort out what was his and what was mine." "Did you figure it out?" Bruce asked, genuinely curious. "Some of it," she said. "Enough to make peace with him before he died. Enough to understand that damaged people raising kids do the best they can, even when their best includes passing on hurt they don't know how to heal. The real question isn't whether they passed it on, it's what we choose to do with it once we recognize it's there." Bruce finished his coffee, left money on the counter that would cover Tim's tab for the next several weeks, and stood to leave. But before he did, he found himself speaking. "The boy, Tim, he's processing things well, finding healthy ways to deal with inherited difficulties. He's going to be okay." Dolores smiled, and it transformed her weathered face into something almost maternal. "Course he is. He's got good people looking out for him, even when they don't know the best way to do it. And he's smart enough to find his own solutions when the ones he's given don't fit. That's rare. That kind of wisdom in someone so young usually takes a lifetime to develop." Bruce nodded, moving toward the door, but Dolores's voice stopped him one more time. "Next Thursday," she said, "the kids will be back. Maybe certain adults who care about them might benefit from listening. Not interfering, not fixing, just listening. Amazing what you can learn when you stop trying to control the conversation." The suggestion hung in the air, and Bruce found himself considering it, not as Batman conducting surveillance, but as a mentor trying to understand how to do better. The thought was uncomfortable and necessary in equal measure. Outside, dawn was properly breaking over Gotham, painting the city in shades of gold and possibility. Bruce stood on the sidewalk for a moment, looking back at the diner that had become an unexpected sanctuary for processing inherited trauma. Tim was long gone, but his presence lingered in the lessons Bruce had learned. The shift change. Young heroes meeting to process the weight their mentors unconsciously passed on. It was brilliant in its simplicity, necessary in its function, and humbling in its implications. Bruce had spent so much time trying to prepare his partners for external threats that he'd never considered how his internal damage might be shaping them. As he made his way back to the cave, Bruce found himself thinking about Thursday nights differently. Dick's movement therapy, Barbara's digital library, and now Tim's support group, each member of his family had found unique ways to process and heal from their shared life. And each solution revealed something about how his own unprocessed trauma had affected them. Back in the cave, Alfred was waiting with breakfast, and that particular expression of patient concern that suggested he knew more than he should. "Productive evening, sir?" Alfred asked, setting down a tray of food Bruce hadn't realized he needed until it appeared. "Educational," Bruce admitted, removing the cowl with movements that felt heavier than usual. "Alfred, how much of my trauma have I passed on to them? To Dick, to Barbara, to Tim? How much of my pain have they inherited without my realizing?" Alfred's expression softened, and he settled into the chair across from Bruce, with the air of someone who had been waiting years for this conversation. "All of it, sir," he said gently but firmly. "Every fear, every loss, every unhealed wound. Children are sponges, and children who admire their guardians absorb even more completely. You've passed on your trauma as surely as you've passed on your skills and values. Bruce felt the truth of it like a weight on his chest. I've hurt them. You've shaped them, Alfred corrected, for better and worse, as all parents do. The question isn't whether you've passed on your damage. That's inevitable when damaged people raise children. The question is what you do now that you recognize it. Tim has a notebook, Bruce said, thinking of the careful documentation he'd witnessed. Strategies for processing inherited trauma, ways to separate their experiences from mine. They meet every week to work through it together. Remarkable young people, Alfred observed, finding solutions to problems their mentors couldn't even acknowledge. Perhaps it's time to learn from them rather than always trying to teach. Bruce considered this as he ate, mechanically fueling his body while his mind processed the night's revelations. Tim's support group wasn't a rejection of their mentors. It was an evolution, a necessary adaptation to the unique challenges of their lives. And perhaps it was time for the mentors to evolve as well. Next Thursday, Bruce said finally, I want to listen, not interfere, just understand better. Learn how to be a mentor who passes on strength without quite so much trauma attached. A worthy goal, sir, Alfred approved. Though perhaps we might start with smaller steps. Have you considered simply asking Master Tim how you might better support him? Direct communication, novel though it might seem, occasionally yields remarkable results. Bruce almost smiled at the gentle sarcasm. Revolutionary thinking, Alfred. I do try to keep up with modern parenting techniques, sir. I believe they call it talking to your children these days. Quite radical, I know. They sat in comfortable silence as Bruce finished his breakfast, both men understanding that something had shifted. The recognition of inherited trauma was the first step toward addressing it, toward breaking cycles that had persisted for generations. As Bruce prepared for the day's responsibilities as Bruce Wayne, he made a mental note to review his interactions with Tim, to look for the places where his own trauma might be bleeding through. It would be uncomfortable work, examining his own behavior for unconscious patterns of damage. But if his partners could face these truths in a diner at 4 a.m, surrounded by holographic friends and cold coffee, then he could do the same work in the harsh light of self-examination. The shift change wasn't just for young heroes, he realized. Everyone who carried trauma, which was everyone who lived this life, needed space to process it, to separate their own experiences from those they'd inherited or might pass on. Perhaps it was time for the mentors to have their own gathering, their own moment of truth about the weight they carried and shared. But that was a thought for another day. For now, it was enough to know that Tim and his friends had found a way to process the complicated legacy of being mentored by damaged heroes. They were transforming inherited trauma into conscious understanding, breaking cycles through awareness and mutual support. As Alfred had said, remarkable young people indeed. And perhaps, if Bruce could learn to listen more than he directed, he might become the kind of mentor who passed on wisdom without quite so much weight attached. It would take work, humility, and the kind of vulnerability he'd spent a lifetime avoiding. But Tim's example suggested it was possible, and that possibility was worth pursuing. The sun was fully up now, streaming through the cave's concealed entrances and painting shadows in unexpected places. A new day in Gotham, with all its potential for both harm and healing. And somewhere in the city, young heroes were preparing to face it, carrying their mentors' trauma, but also their own strategies for transformation. The shift change continued, one Thursday at a time, one honest conversation at a time, one conscious choice to break old patterns at a time. And perhaps, eventually, the next generation would inherit more wisdom than wounds, more strength than sorrow. It was a hope worth working toward, one cup of coffee at a time. While Tim Drake and his fellow young heroes gather in diners to process inherited trauma through conversation and coffee, Jason Todd has found a different path to healing. In the quiet corners of Gotham's public library system, he leaves breadcrumbs of hard-won wisdom for others walking similar dark paths. Through margin notes and midnight returns, the former Robin transforms his own survival into a guide for others, one annotated page at a time. Join us for Jason's Book Return. The Gotham Public Library stood like a fortress of knowledge against the midnight darkness, its neoclassical columns and weathered stone facade bearing witness to over a century of the city's tumultuous history. Batman watched from a neighboring rooftop as a familiar figure approached the building's night deposit box, moving with the careful awareness of someone who had learned that safety was always temporary, peace always conditional. Jason Todd carried a canvas bag that bulged with books, his movements purposeful despite the late hour. Or perhaps because of it, Bruce had been tracking this pattern for weeks now, noting Jason's regular visits to various library branches throughout Gotham, always after closing, always alone, always carrying books to return through the night deposit slots. It was behavior that didn't match any criminal pattern, didn't align with Red Hood's usual activities, and therefore demanded investigation. The October wind carried the scent of fallen leaves and distant rain, the kind of night that encouraged introspection and solitude. Bruce had chosen to follow Jason personally rather than rely on surveillance footage, some instinct suggesting this mystery required direct observation. The other Robin's Thursday night rituals of healing had opened his eyes to how little he truly understood about how his former partners processed their trauma. Now, watching Jason approach the library with something approaching reverence, Bruce wondered what ritual he was about to witness. Jason paused at the deposit box, and in that moment of stillness, Bruce saw him differently. Not Red Hood, the violent vigilante who walked the line between justice and vengeance. Not the angry young man who had returned from death changed and hardened. This was something else. Someone approaching a sacred duty with the kind of careful attention that spoke of deep personal meaning. From his bag, Jason withdrew the first book. Even from a distance, Bruce could see it was well worn, a paperback that had clearly seen better days. But Jason handled it with unexpected gentleness, smoothing the cover before opening it to check something inside. He stood there for a long moment, reading, and Bruce found himself adjusting his cowl's magnification to see what held Jason's attention so completely. The pages were covered in handwriting, not defacement in the traditional sense, but careful annotations in the margins, notes written in Jason's distinctive hand. Bruce could make out fragments. This chapter lies about healing being linear, written next to what appeared to be a self-help text about trauma recovery. The writing was small, precise, designed to share space with the printed text rather than obscure it. Jason closed the book with the same care he'd opened it, then slipped it into the deposit slot. The mechanical sound of the book dropping into the collection bin seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet night. But Jason was already reaching for the next book, repeating the ritual of final review before release. Bruce found himself moving closer, using the shadows and architectural features of the surrounding buildings to improve his vantage point. This wasn't criminal behavior requiring intervention, but something more complex, a mystery of motivation rather than method. Why was Jason annotating library books? Why return them under cover of darkness? What purpose did these marginal notes serve? The second book appeared to be a novel, its spine cracked from multiple readings. Jason's annotations here were different, less instructional, more conversational. The author wants you to believe forgiveness is easy, It's not. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, and some days you'll fail. That's okay too. Read one note Bruce could make out. Book after book moved from bag to deposit box, each one bearing Jason's written additions. Some were practical survival guides, how to recognize PTSD symptoms, how to build routine after trauma, how to trust again after betrayal. Others were literary fiction that dealt with themes of loss, resurrection, and identity. Poetry collections bore the most extensive annotations, as if Jason had found in verse what prose couldn't quite capture. Bruce catalogued what he could see. The body keeps the score, with extensive notes about physical manifestations of trauma. Man's search for meaning, with underlining and marginal conversations about finding purpose after everything has been taken. A collection of Mary Oliver poems where Jason had written, "Sometimes staying alive is the most radical thing you can do. The poet knew this. Now you know it too." The ritual continued for nearly 20 minutes, Jason methodically checking and returning what must have been 15 or 20 books. Each one received that moment of final attention, that careful review of whatever messages he'd left in the margins. It was like watching someone release messenger birds, each carrying wisdom paid for in pain. When the bag was finally empty, Jason didn't immediately leave. Instead, he placed one hand on the deposit box, a gesture that looked almost like blessing or farewell. Then he spoke, so quietly that Bruce had to enhance the audio to catch the words. "For whoever needs them," Jason said to the night air. "For whoever's walking through hell and thinks they're alone, you're not. Someone else survived this. Someone else found a way through. Keep reading." The words hit Bruce with unexpected force. This wasn't vandalism or even simple annotation. Jason was creating a lifeline, leaving trail markers for others navigating similar darkness. Each note was a hand extended to anonymous future readers, saying, "I've been where you are. Here's what I learned. Here's how I survived." Jason turned from the deposit box, and Bruce had to make a quick decision: follow and maintain surveillance, or reveal himself and risk disrupting whatever healing ritual he'd just witnessed. The decision was made for him when Jason spoke again, not to the night but directly to the shadow where Batman waited. "You can come out," Jason said, not looking up but clearly aware of his observer. "Your stealth is perfect, but you're overthinking your positioning. Plus, the gargoyle you're perched on has a stress fracture. I tagged it 3 weeks ago. Figured you'd choose it for the vantage point." Bruce emerged from the shadows, dropping silently to street level. They stood facing each other in the pool of light from the library's security lamps, mentor and former student, two men separated by death and resurrection, but connected by something harder to define. "How long have you been doing this?" Bruce asked, skipping pleasantries they both knew would be false. "The annotations. About 2 years, Jason replied, crossing his arms but not in defense, more like he was holding himself together. "The organized system of it, maybe 18 months. Before that, it was just random notes when something struck me. Now it's purposeful." "Purposeful," Bruce repeated, inviting elaboration without demanding it. Jason studied him for a long moment, and Bruce saw him weighing options, calculating risks and benefits of honesty. Finally, something in Jason's expression shifted, not softened exactly, but opened slightly. "You know what it's like, coming back to the library after you've died?" Jason asked, and the question was rhetorical, but Bruce let it hang between them anyway. "All these books you read before, but you're different now. The words are the same, but they mean something else when you're reading them with eyes that have literally seen the other side." He moved to sit on the library steps, a gesture casual enough that Bruce felt permitted to join him. They sat with careful space between them, two night creatures temporarily at rest. I started rereading everything, Jason continued. Every book that had meant something to me before. Kids' books you read to me. Classics Alfred recommended. That detective fiction phase I went through trying to impress you. But it was all different. The Hardy Boys weren't about adventure anymore. They were about brothers who always had each other's backs, who never had to face danger alone. Shakespeare wasn't about beautiful language. It was about how many different ways people can destroy themselves and each other. Bruce remained silent, recognizing this as a moment for listening, not analyzing. Then I hit the self-help section, Jason said with a laugh that held no humor, trying to figure out what was wrong with me, why I came back different, why I couldn't just slot back into the life I'd had before. And you know what I found? Nothing. Nothing that spoke to the specific kind of fucked up that comes from death and resurrection. Plenty about near-death experiences, but nothing about the real thing. Nothing about how to rebuild an identity when your core sense of self includes the memory of ending. So you started writing your own guidance, Bruce said, understanding beginning to dawn. Started writing what I wished I'd found, Jason corrected. Little notes at first, arguing with authors who made assumptions about the universality of human experience, pointing out the gaps where certain traumas didn't fit their neat frameworks. Then I realized, if I needed these notes, maybe someone else did too. He gestured toward the deposit box. The library system isn't exactly high security. Books go out, come back, go out again. My notes travel with them. Some kid dealing with identity issues finds my argument with Erik Erikson about developmental stages not accounting for death. Some abuse survivor finds my additions to trauma recovery texts about how sometimes anger is necessary, how it keeps you warm when nothing else will. Someone else who's been broken and rebuilt finds my notes saying that the cracks are where the light gets in, but also where the cold seeps through, and both are true, and both are okay. Bruce thought about the books he'd seen Jason returning, the careful annotations designed to help rather than harm. The librarians must notice. Oh, they know, Jason said with a real smile this time. Took about 6 months before I got a note back. Found it in a book I'd annotated previously. Librarians' handwriting, very official looking, saying that while they couldn't condone defacing library property, they'd noticed a significant increase in circulation for books with marginalia. Asked if I'd consider making my additions in pencil for easier removal if necessary. But you didn't. Pen is permanent, Jason said simply. Pencil can be erased. These messages need to last. Someone finding them needs to know they're not easily dismissed, not temporary comfort, but lasting truth from someone who survived. They sat in silence for a moment, the city's night sounds creating a backdrop of distant sirens and whined through empty streets. Bruce found himself thinking about all the ways people process trauma, all the different languages of healing he'd discovered in his children. Dick's movement, Barbara's digital library, Tim's communal processing, and now Jason's literary dialogue with unknown readers. There's a book I need to return, Bruce said suddenly, the words emerging without conscious decision. One I've been holding on to. Would you come with me? Jason's surprise was evident, but he nodded. They rose together, and Bruce led the way to where he'd left the Batmobile. The drive was silent but not uncomfortable, each man lost in his own thoughts as Gotham's streets passed by in a blur of shadow and occasional neon. Wayne Manor materialized from the darkness like something from a Gothic novel, all towers and history and weight. Bruce led Jason not to the cave but to the main house, upstairs that creaked with age despite Alfred's meticulous maintenance. They passed portraits of stern ancestors and locked rooms full of memory before arriving at the family library. The room smelled of leather and old paper, that particular perfume of accumulated knowledge. Bruce moved to a specific section, his hands finding a small, worn volume with the practiced ease of long familiarity. "The Velveteen Rabbit," he said, showing Jason the cover. "I used to read this to you, those first weeks after I took you in, when you couldn't sleep. You said it was kids' stuff, but you always listened all the way through." "I remember," Jason said softly, accepting the book with hands that shook slightly. "About becoming real through being loved, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts." Bruce watched as Jason opened the book, seeing the young boy he'd been overlaid with the man he'd become. "I've been carrying it since you died. Couldn't read it, couldn't let it go. Like holding on to it might somehow, I don't know, bring you back, keep you real." "Bruce," Jason started, but Bruce held up a hand. "I know you came back, I know you're here, but you're different, and I'm different, and we can't go back to what we were. That boy who listened to bedtime stories, that man who read them, they're both gone in their own ways, but maybe," he gestured to the book, "maybe there's something worth saving, something worth passing on." Jason flipped through the pages, his expression unreadable. Then, he pulled out a pen, of course he carried one, and began to write in the margin of the first page. Bruce watched as the words took shape. "Being real hurts. The rabbit doesn't mention that, but it's still worth it. Love makes us real, but resurrection makes us understand what real means. For anyone reading this who's been broken and remade, you're still real. Different, maybe harder to love, but real." He closed the book and handed it back to Bruce. "For the library. For whoever needs to know that coming back different doesn't mean coming back wrong." Bruce held the book, feeling the weight of more than paper and binding. "Will you show me your system, your process, not to control or interfere, just to understand? Maybe help, if there's a way that doesn't disrupt what you've built." Jason considered this, and Bruce could see him weighing years of anger against the possibility of connection. "There's a librarian," he said finally. "Miss Chen. She's been protecting my annotations, making sure they stay in circulation. She has a whole unofficial program now, me and a few others who leave notes for future readers. She calls us the Margin Prophets. Says we're writing the sacred texts of survival in the spaces between official words." "Miss Chen," Bruce repeated, the name clicking into place. "From Crime Alley, my mother's network." "Small world," Jason said, but his smile suggested he'd already made that connection. "She remembers Martha Wayne, says she sees her in you sometimes, in the way you try to save everyone. Also says Martha would have understood what I'm doing, that sometimes the best help comes from someone who's walked through hell and left notes about where the safe paths are." They left the manor together, driving back toward the city as the first hints of false dawn touched the eastern sky. Jason directed Bruce to a small branch library in the East End, one that served the neighborhood where Jason had grown up. Using a key that suggested official sanction, he led them inside. The library after hours felt different, not dead but sleeping, waiting to wake with the morning's first patrons. Jason moved through the stacks with easy familiarity, pulling books here and there to show Bruce his work. "This one's been out 12 times since I annotated it," he said, showing a copy of The Body Keeps the Score filled with marginal notes. "See this page? Someone else added their own note thanking me. Said my comment about trauma anniversaries helped them understand why they always felt crazy around certain dates. Book after book revealed a hidden dialogue." Jason's initial annotations had inspired responses, which inspired more notes, creating layered conversations between strangers united by shared experience. One book on childhood trauma had become a virtual support group, with different handwriting adding confirmations, gentle arguments, and expansions on Jason's original notes. "It's becoming bigger than me," Jason said with something like wonder. Other people are starting to leave their own annotations. Survivors, talking to survivors, building a kind of communal wisdom that no single expert could create. Bruce found himself deeply moved by the organic network of support Jason had catalyzed. It was guerrilla therapy, underground education, a secret society of the wounded teaching each other how to heal. "This one's my favorite," Jason said, pulling out a battered copy of Man's Search for Meaning. The margins were filled with different handwriting, a conversation across time between readers processing unimaginable experiences. Jason's initial note: "Meaning isn't found, it's made," sometimes with broken pieces, had sparked a thread of responses that filled the margins and spilled onto carefully inserted note papers. "Miss Chen started providing the note papers," Jason explained, "when the margins filled up. Said if people were going to have these conversations, they might as well have room to breathe." They spent the next hour going through Jason's annotated books, Bruce learning the language of marginal prophecy. Some notes were practical. "This breathing technique actually works, but only after you practice it when you're calm first." Others were philosophical. "The author assumes you want to forgive. Sometimes living well without forgiveness is the best revenge." All were honest in ways that published books couldn't quite manage. "Why are you showing me this?" Bruce asked eventually. "After everything between us, why trust me with it?" Jason reshelved the last book with careful precision. "Because you're reading them too. Oh, you don't know it. The beauty of the system is anonymity. But I've seen your handwriting. Careful block letters in a book about raising traumatized children. Sometimes the best thing you can do is admit you don't know what you're doing. That was you, wasn't it?" Bruce felt exposed in a way the cowl usually prevented. "How did you know?" "Recognize the specific way you're hard on yourself," Jason said simply. "That particular flavor of self-recrimination mixed with desperate hope. Plus, you form your A's distinctively." All that time forging signatures as Bruce Wayne left its mark. They stood among the stacks, surrounded by accumulated wisdom and shared pain. The library felt less like a building and more like a living organism, breathing with the stories of survival written in its margins. "I want to contribute," Bruce said. "Not as Batman, not as your mentor or father, or whatever we are to each other now. Just as someone who's survived things and might have useful notes to leave behind." Jason studied him for a long moment. "There are rules. First, you write what's true, not what you think people should hear. Second, you don't judge other annotations, even if you disagree. Third, you remember that someone reading your notes might be hanging on by a thread, so you offer hope when you can, but never false comfort." "I can do that," Bruce said. "What else?" "Ms. Chen has a list," Jason said, leading them toward the librarian's desk. "Books that need annotations, gaps in the collective wisdom. She matches them with people who have relevant experience, like a dating service for trauma and text." He produced another key, opening a drawer in the reference desk. Inside were neat files, each containing a book with a note about what kind of annotations might help. Bruce saw titles about parental loss, about witnessing violence, about the weight of responsibility. "She leaves these for us," Jason explained. "Those of us she trusts. We take what speaks to us, add our truth, return them to circulation. Sometimes she has specific requests from patrons, someone dealing with a particular issue who couldn't find anything helpful in the existing annotations. Bruce pulled out a book about complicated grief, the note attached saying, "Patron lost parent to violence, struggles with how to honor their memory while not being consumed by it. Needs practical wisdom, not platitudes." "I could speak to this," Bruce said quietly. "Then it's yours," Jason said. "Take your time, write what's true, return it when you're ready. And Bruce?" He paused, seeming to struggle with words. "Write about the failures too, the times when grief won, the mistakes you made trying to process it. People need to know that healing isn't a straight line, that even Batman sometimes gets it wrong." They left the library as true dawn approached, each carrying books that called to their particular experiences. The drive back was quiet, but charged with something new, not reconciliation exactly, but recognition. They were fellow travelers on a difficult road, leaving marks for those who would follow. "Thursday nights," Jason said, as Bruce dropped him at one of his safe houses. "That's when the serious annotators meet. Not physically, we maintain anonymity even from each other. But we all work on our books then, knowing somewhere in the city others are doing the same. It's like a distributed writer's workshop for the wounded." "Dick has his movement therapy on Thursdays," Bruce said. "Barbara runs her digital library. Tim has his support group. And you've been unknowingly participating in all of them," Jason observed. "Maybe Thursday is just when Gotham's masks admit they need healing. Something about the turning of the week, the distance from both beginning and end." Bruce thought about this as Jason disappeared into his building. Thursday had become a night of transformation, of healing rituals performed in shadow. Each of his children had found their own way to process trauma, and each had secretly included him in their practice. He'd been receiving their help without knowing it, benefiting from their wisdom while thinking he was the teacher. Back at the manor, Bruce found Alfred in the kitchen, preparing the morning's first pot of tea with ritual precision. "Productive evening, sir?" Alfred asked, noting the books Bruce carried. "Educational," Bruce said, setting the volumes on the counter. "I'm to annotate these, leave notes for future readers about surviving loss and carrying responsibility. Part of a project Jason's been running." Alfred's eyes showed no surprise. Master Jason always did find solace in books. "I'm glad to see he's sharing that solace with others." He paused, then added, "I've been leaving a few notes myself, in cookbooks mostly. Little additions about how food can be comfort when words fail. Ms. Chen says they've been quite popular." "You knew?" Bruce asked. "I know many things, sir," Alfred said serenely, "including when to keep knowledge to myself. Master Jason needed to build this without interference. But now that you're invited to participate, perhaps we might work together. I have several books about maintaining hope in dark times that could benefit from your perspective." Bruce found himself smiling, a rare, genuine expression. "A family business of sorts, annotating our way through trauma one margin at a time." "There are worse legacies," Alfred observed, and Miss Chen mentioned that the program might expand. Other libraries expressing interest. The margin profits, as she calls them, spreading wisdom beyond Gotham's borders. Over the following weeks, Bruce threw himself into the annotation project with the same intensity he brought to casework. But this required a different kind of analysis, a willingness to be vulnerable on the page that challenged every instinct toward emotional armor he'd developed. His first annotations were stiff, formal, trying to maintain distance while offering advice. But reading Jason's notes, seeing the radical honesty there, pushed him toward greater openness. Gradually, his marginal additions became more personal, more useful. In a book about parental loss, he wrote, "The guilt of moving forward is real. Every smile feels like betrayal, every moment of happiness like forgetting. But your parents loved your joy. Honoring them can mean choosing happiness even when it hurts." In a text about mentoring traumatized youth, "I got it wrong so many times, pushed when I should have held space, demanded strength when I should have allowed weakness." If you're trying to help a hurting child, know that your mistakes won't destroy them if your love is consistent. The books went back into circulation, and Bruce found himself checking their status obsessively at first. Then Jason taught him the final rule. Once you release them, they're not yours anymore. They belong to whoever needs them. Track their impact if you want, but don't try to control how they're received. Thursday nights became sacred time. Bruce would join the distributed community of annotators, working in his study while knowing that across the city, others were doing the same. Sometimes he'd find responses to his notes when books came back through: agreement, argument, gratitude, expansion. The dialogue continued, growing richer with each pass through unknown hands. One night, he found a note that stopped him cold. In his annotation about moving forward after loss, someone had written, "Thank you. Today is the anniversary of my parents' death, and I was drowning. Your words reminded me that choosing to live fully honors them better than staying stuck in that moment. From one orphan to another, the pain never goes away, but it can transform into something bearable." Bruce stared at the note, feeling the strange intimacy of connecting with a stranger through shared pain. This was what Jason had built, not just a way to process his own trauma, but a network of mutual support that transcended identity and circumstance. Ms. Chen finally met him officially on a Thursday night, having apparently decided he'd proven himself worthy of deeper trust. She was a small woman with sharp eyes and hands that spoke of decades handling books with love. "Your mother would be proud," she said simply. She understood that healing happens in community, even when that community doesn't know each other's names. These margins we're filling, they're the spaces where pain becomes wisdom, where isolation becomes connection. She showed him the full scope of the program: dozens of regular annotators, hundreds of occasional contributors, thousands of readers finding help in unexpected places. Books had become traveling repositories of collective wisdom, each margin a potential lifeline. "We're planning to digitize some of it," Ms. Chen explained. "Create an online archive of the annotations. Anonymous, of course, but searchable. Someone dealing with specific trauma could find all the marginal notes related to their experience. Jason's worried it will lose something in translation, but I think we can maintain the spirit while expanding the reach." Bruce thought about Barbara's digital library, about the possibility of connecting these projects. Physical books bearing handwritten wisdom, digital archives making that wisdom searchable, young heroes meeting to process generational trauma, movement therapy transforming pain into art, all of it forming an ecosystem of healing that no one person had planned, but everyone contributed to. "Whatever you need," Bruce said. "Funding, technology, connections. This is important work." "Spoken like your mother's son," Miss Chen said with a smile. "But remember, the power is in the organic growth, the lack of central control. Fund it, yes. Support it, absolutely, but don't try to optimize it. Sometimes the most profound healing happens in the inefficiencies, in the random discovery of exactly what you need in a margin you weren't expecting." Bruce nodded, understanding the wisdom. He'd spent so long trying to control outcomes, manage variables, optimize for efficiency. But healing, he was learning, had its own logic. It happened in margins and movements, in digital sanctuaries and late-night diners, in the spaces between control where humanity flourished. The weeks turned to months, and the annotation project grew. Bruce found himself looking forward to Thursday nights, to the meditation of reading and responding, of offering his truth to unknown readers who might find use for it. His relationship with Jason evolved too, not back to what it was, but forward to something new. Fellow annotators, co-conspirators in the project of communal healing. One night, Jason brought him a special book. "Found this in returns," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Thought you should see it." It was The Velveteen Rabbit, the copy Bruce had given him months ago, but now it was filled with annotations from multiple hands. Jason's original note had sparked a conversation about transformation, about becoming real through love and loss. Other readers had added their own experiences, about death and rebirth, about changing so fundamentally that old relationships no longer fit, about the pain and necessity of becoming who you really are. The final note, in a child's careful handwriting, read, "My dad says I'm different since the accident. This book helped me understand that different doesn't mean wrong. Thank you to everyone who wrote notes. You helped me feel real again." Bruce held the book carefully, feeling the weight of collective wisdom, of pain transformed into guidance. "This is what you built," he said to Jason. "This conversation between strangers that somehow saves lives." "We built it," Jason corrected. "Every person who picks up a pen and decides to share their truth, every librarian who protects our editions, every reader who finds hope in a margin. Even you, Bruce, with your careful notes about carrying responsibility and choosing hope, we're all part of it now." They shelved the book together, returning it to circulation where it would continue its journey through unknown hands. Outside, Gotham's Thursday night stretched on, filled with its usual dangers and occasional wonders, but underneath the obvious dramas, a quieter revolution continued. In margins and movements, in digital spaces and physical meetings, the city's wounded were teaching each other how to heal. Not through grand gestures or dramatic interventions, but through the simple act of sharing truth, of leaving notes for travelers on similar roads, of building community one annotation at a time. Bruce returned to his patrol with a different perspective. Every person he encountered might be one of the anonymous readers finding hope in annotated margins. Every young hero might be processing inherited trauma in a late-night diner. Every villain might be seeking understanding in a digital library. The city was full of hidden healing, secret support networks, underground movements toward wholeness. As dawn approached, he found himself back at the main library, watching the first patrons of the day enter with purpose. Some would find books with margin notes that spoke directly to their struggles. Some would add their own annotations, continuing conversations they didn't know they were joining. All would participate in the quiet revolution Jason had started, the radical act of admitting pain and sharing the wisdom born from surviving it. The margin prophets, Miss Chen had called them, writers of survival scripture in the spaces between official text. Bruce thought the name fitting. In a city that broke people regularly, these marginal notes were indeed prophetic, not predicting the future, but insisting it was possible, one annotated truth at a time. He thought of his children, each finding their own language for healing, Dick dancing trauma into beauty, Barbara building digital sanctuaries, Tim creating peer support networks, Jason writing survival guides in margins. Different approaches united by the same understanding. Healing happened in community, even when that community didn't know each other's names. Thursday nights would continue, Books would circulate with their cargo of hard-won wisdom. Notes would be written and read by people who might never meet, but who understood each other through shared experience. And somewhere in those margins, in the spaces between official words, Gotham's wounded would continue finding ways to heal, to hope, to help each other toward whatever came next. The sun rose over the library, painting its columns gold with morning light. A new day in Gotham with all its usual challenges, but also with its hidden networks of support, its secret languages of healing, its margin prophets writing truth for whoever needed to find it. Bruce headed home, carrying new books to annotate, new truths to share. The work would continue, both the obvious mission of Batman and the quieter work of healing. One annotation at a time, one truth at a time, one Thursday night at a time. In the margins, after all, was where the real stories lived, and in Gotham there were always more margins to fill with hope. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.